Hello. My cheek. Hello. Hello. My cheek. Hello. Hello. My cheek. Hello. Hello. My cheek. 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 Hello. My cheek.
zoom out இதாண்டா பாரு zoom out zoom in ஆகுதா zoom out ஆகுதா இப்போ zoom out ஆகுதா இದೇண்டா ஒர்க் ஆகுது ஐயா சைக்கிள் கவர் ஆக மாட்டேங்க அதை போடுறதா இல்லை உங்களுக்கு பண்ண முடியா அது பிரிகிற தெரியும்
Good morning, everyone. Never tire of seeking pathways for transforming our society and preventing the shameful scourge that is human trafficking. With the words of Papa Francis, I welcome to the legal capacity building program on human trafficking and child abuse. It is truly an honor to see so many dedicated religious sisters gathered here today, united in our commitment to combat one of the most pressing issues of our time, human trafficking and child abuse. Before we commence today's conference, to recollect ourselves and invite the significance of this gathering, we will begin with a prayer song. I call upon the novices of Truly Sisters who will lead us in good atmosphere of silence with a prayer song, and I request everyone to be on foot for prayer.
When I look into your holiness, when I gaze into your loveliness, when all things I surround become shadows in the light of you, I worship you.
Thank you, sisters. Please remain standing as the preamble of the Constitution will be read. I request you all to repeat the preamble after the Sliverica and the Prayer Stacks. I request Sliverica to read the preamble.
We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic, and to secure all its citizens, justice, social,
Welcome is simply an opportunity to show our love and care. Here, I recommend the 7, the organizer of the senior capacity building program to give a welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to this important session on legal dialogue. With essential information for the citizens, I welcome His Grace Archbishop Francis Callis, the Archbishop of Pondy, for being here today to bless the gathering. I am honored to welcome the resources and special guests of today. Sir, Excellence, the Superintendent of Police, Pondy, I have given the honor, Dr. Vidya Ramma, I have given Revenue, Dr. Arun, and Dr. Villa Lady. We have received everything and the top of the learn more from you. All of the persons, I welcome all the sisters from various congregations who have traveled from far and near to attend today's workshop and I'm proud from today. A special welcome to the young sisters and family sisters of Aduna who attended the series in July. I am delighted to know here that this conference and 9 sisters and another 7 sisters online. This is one representing 20 congregations. It is a high time we realize that they cannot achieve anything alone, as an individual or as a solo congregation, but we look for the networking and collaboration. So our workshop is designed to learn together, think together, and grow the possibilities of working together in a network as a call of the day. With gratitude, I welcome the children of Senior Voices Board, the community media team, Mr. Diva and his friends, and all the generous volunteers. This seminar is designed to provide you with a valuable insight from experts in the legal field who will share their knowledge and experience and equip us with the tools we need to be really aware of ourselves, to protect and to be proactive. I encourage you to actively participate, ask questions, and engage in discussions in this workshop. This is a unique opportunity to learn, to discuss, to share ourselves, and to find our own vision as a whole together. Hope you will all be engaged in this debate and we ask you to engage among yourselves, introduce among yourselves because we do not have much time for that. Talk to each other and know each other. Because it is a unique opportunity to learn each other's charism and share our work experiences and to profit from each other's experience. So you will not have much time for today, or you will not take from each other with others, the community members, in talking and sharing your ideas. Thank you, sisters. All the facilities we have over here, and we have a lunch hall today, and then you have your recipe, right? We have a electricity to bring your water because you don't want to have to clean the campus. So you can put your bottles at the entrance and the dining. Thank you so much, sisters, and go and develop your orders.
Thank you so much, sister, for your really pleasant answers. We are proud to introduce to you the children's band who work to combat abuse. This group is called Zero Abuse Squad, abbreviated as ZAS. What is this ZAS? And who are the children? Do you all want to know? Now, we will watch a video prepared by Mr. Rahul, the project coordinator of ZAS.
Every child grow up in an environment. Unfortunately, child abuse affects millions of children worldwide. Child abuse is a basic problem, but we can make a difference. Recently, there have been abuse cases, even here in Pondy. To combat this, we formed a community-based children ambassador group called the Zero Abuse Zone ZAS. ZAS is a children's volunteer group that acts as a vigilante group in their respective localities to combat all forms of abuse against children. We gather interested children in their locality to form a vigilance squad and introduce them to the concept of the children ambassador group, whose objective is zero abuse. These young ambassadors are dedicated to raising awareness about child abuse and empowering children to speak up. We interact with their parents to get permission and we explain the importance of children in promoting safety, abuse awareness, and drug abuse prevention in the village. Once the children are part of the class, we conduct various sessions to empower and educate them. We start with a awareness session where children learn about the different types of abuse, how to recognize it, and what steps to take if they are someone they don't feel abused. We also conduct role-play sessions where children practice scenarios to help them understand how to react in real-life situations. These sessions are designed to build confidence and resilience, ensuring children know their rights and how to protect themselves. Supporting the fight against child abuse requires a community effort. Here are ways you can get involved. Volunteer your time, donate to support our programs, attend our events, and spread awareness. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Robert. Now I request allow our children to come to the stage. I invite Mr. Jeremy to honor his praise. Mr. Shaw. And I request Mr. Elizabeth to handle the day. Please give your applause. Thank you. And first of all, I would like to join the director is appointed to unleash the logo and hand the keys to the program body of staff. Give a round of applause. Thank you, teacher. Let us all watch my performance about child abuse and are response by staff children. I request all the staff children to come on the stage. All the best, guys. The stage is yours. Thank you so much, guys, for your marvelous act. Please get up, please. I request our beloved archbishop most celebrity of the transfers, Archbishop of Pondy, to give your valuable blessing and blessing.
Dear Heavenly Father, I will ask the director of PMSS who has kindly accommodated us, welcomed us to be in this premise. Dear Secretary, the organization leader of this, dear Sister Nirmala Paul, belonging to the AC congregation, and Sister advocates, resource persons, dear sisters, and my dear officers. I am happy today to stand here to address you at the beginning of this birthday seminar on trafficking. Human trafficking or necessarily trafficking of women. It's a very crucial and important topic to deal with. I'm happy that in our archdiocese, such an awareness is being created and the leaders are taking the lead role in the parish. I am told about this initiative especially taken by the superior generals, and that's how the religious congregations, especially the women religious congregations, are coming forward to take up this ministry in a larger scale. And in that, especially interest has been taken by Sister Seven Margaret, belonging to the plural congregation, and it is she who approached me, and then this day has become a reality today. I don't know whether it is the first time as a religious coming together for this kind of topic, it is the first time. So I am really happy that something is beginning in this regard. And I'm happy to be part of it. At the beginning I was welcomed by a shawl and a bouquet. I feel that has been not for all of you, not me. I'm going to be here 5 years and I'm going away for another program. The reason what they welcome is new. That's what. Sometimes some of the formalities are not meaningful at all. And we must avoid instead of empty formalities. I am supposed to put a shower on the people and give you welcoming because it's not about going to do it. And so I imagine that I am putting shower on each one of you and giving you a bouquet, and then you imagine that there is a bouquet. So in other words, I would like to welcome each one of you to this birthday seminar. And I request you to actively participate in this and make it easy. It's not just because you are sent by your superior or somebody, but I would say you must take it. You must be part of it. You should have a passion for it. And why you should have a passion for it? Because you are born to love. You are born to love. That is the mission of Jesus. The mission of Jesus is to love. If you are a really loving person, then anything that happens to human beings is not affecting. If you are a really loving person, anything that happens to human beings adversely, that should not affect you. If it doesn't affect us, we are not a loving person. That's a criteria to see one as a loving person or not. Anything happens anywhere, to any human being, does it affect you? Does it lead to question and reply? If it doesn't, all that happens is you are not a learning person. You cannot be a decision in your life. And you cannot be Jesus. That's the basic thing I would like to say. Then, with regard to this particular topic, you have several great sayings. Saint Joseph Bakita. Saint Joseph Bakita. It's a beautiful piece of there. You can watch that film. You must watch that film. You know, all the they watch all the films. It is good that we are successful that the film has depicted the life. And then how she has faced all those challenging phases of her life. Very pathetic. And but she's not feeling. She's saying today, if you go to her life, one God, what she has gone through, at one place, her back is being healed, and then we find all lines. She will be whipped, sexually abused, because of the thousand sold people are people, sold to different people. As a young child, she had gone through that in Sudan. I was so much favored by her and I wanted to visit her place. So I had gone to Sudan. But then she is from the north of Sudan. Sudan is divided into the South Sudan and North Sudan. South Sudan, we have got freedom. We have got analysis, we have got and the ministry is going on. And I know that in South Sudan, 30 young minds working. I had got this is happening. So I was struggling to go to North Sudan to see the place that's the place that from where she comes from. And then of course she becomes a nun, and then in a Canossian congregation she belongs to, Canossians. And I was ordaining the bishop on her feast day, that is 8th February. I was ordaining the bishop on her feast day, that is 8th February. So I have a very close association with her. I love that saint. And she had given a beautiful message through her life. In the midst of this type of adverse situations in life, how we need to respond. How we need to respond. That's why I admired her, and I was happy that today this photo is being displayed here. And that really gives us a right name. Secondly, I would like to say about what is creating awareness. SAS, the children came here and displayed. That is to create awareness among the children that what is what you should know. So when something is the wrong way, you need to stand up against it, not just to keep calm. That's what happened in India. In India, many people say, oh, there is no much of abuse. No, there is so much of abuse. So much of abuse. As a young priest once upon a time, I too was under the impression, I don't really see so much of that in India, but it is. Personally, I have experienced in UP, Uttar Pradesh, in one of the interior mission, and I was appointed there. It's a very remote interior, so backward mission, and we had about 25 to 30 Catholic families. So I was there, and the area was dominated by Jat community. Jat people are the landlords. Jat community. And I used to visit all the families. Every day, family visit. I never used to miss that. every day, the evening, that's my mission, there's no other occupation. The evening is dedicated to family business. So I used to go to every house. That's why today I can boast that in Meerut diocese, I have stepped into several times all the families, all the houses I have visited. And I don't just visit, I just enter the house. So I used to do that. Once I entered a house, I saw a stranger sitting inside the house in the corner of the room. A stranger, one girl, wrapped up and sitting quietly. I thought, who is this girl? I asked the people, they're Catholics. I asked them, who is this girl? And they were trying to twist and turn and they were trying to respond. And then afterwards when I came to know, that's a girl from Bihar. A girl from Bihar. And how that girl reached there, happy. These people go to Bihar, the interior, more backward areas, where people live in utter poverty. And there the children are promised, the girl, especially girls, we take you to Delhi, we give you a job, this type of things are being told, and they buy them for 100 rupees, 500 rupees, those girls, and they bring them here and give to the church community people. They take these girls, they buy 1,000 rupees or something. It's a profit for these fellows. And then they take them to the river Ganges, dip them in the river Ganges, and they are purified and use them. This is what was happening, which I was unaware of. And I saw that, immediately thought of it. And that has been a constant practice there. And only I can know. Immediately I alerted the police. They asked them to monitor this, and that's how naturally I could stop that. So what I want to say is, when we cannot just close our eyes and say it's not happening, it is happening. Maybe we are not aware of it. That's why creating awareness and be conscientious. That's very important. This trafficking, we are today gathered here, the diocesan level, to sit and share and deliberate and then come to some concrete proposals how we can respond to this. The children said at the end, who will respond? They turned and said, we. The same way, we today need to respond to that. Now how do we respond to that? I think the response has to be always in love. Always in love. I would say this ministry of human trafficking, against human trafficking, this ministry is based on the spirituality of a person, which is the first chapter of Genesis. God created man in his own image and likeness. God created man as a person. The spirituality of the person, the image and likeness of God. That's the basis. That's the basis. Saint Teresa of Calcutta. Saint Teresa of Calcutta. What was the motivating factor for her life? That she could do many things. That was, she used the spirituality of the person. Spirituality of the person. Every human being. The rickshaw puller. I see here in Pondy, the women whole night, some women keep cleaning the whole city. I see them. Almost they may be getting poor things. Whole night they are cleaning the whole city. They are not aware they are closing and upwards easy. These are the people, they are images of God. Are we aware of that? You treat the sleepers. So this one. We just take it for granted. No. They are the divine. They are human beings who have the divine image, God's image. They are. And when we do not respect them, when we do not dignify them, we are not respecting God, not dignifying God. We are insulting God. That's a very justice. That's why these ministries are based on the when not respecting God, dignifying God, not as it is. It's not that, see, sometimes there are various ministries taken up as a kind of activity oriented. I don't believe in that. And I clearly say that. I don't believe in that. Because they are taken up by certain incidents, or they are taken up by a particular situation, or some particular NGOs come up and then they come with the projects and this and that, and then this activity has to be carried out. No, I am not for that. I am for the way Mother Teresa realized every human being is the image of God, and then how the ministry began for her, and that should be our way of taking up this ministry. You should have that passion for that every person is God's image. You should be deeply convinced of this great truth that every human being is God's image. Then you will be able to do this in a better way, not the other way. Then only you will be able to do in a better way. Every human being is God's image. So here there is no question of the abused and the abuser. That is the reality. But as much as we have concern for the abused, we should have the concern for the abuser. Then only there can be a solution. I really tell, for example, various empowerment schemes, women empowerment. You cannot empower a woman without empowering a man. These are all related. You cannot empower a woman without empowering a man. Empowerment of women. That's why the feminist groups go. And when they do the process of empowering women, they start telling the women, react, retaliate, that is not the way of the Lord. And they will reach nowhere. They will become negative people. They won't achieve anything. They won't become powerful. But on the other hand, that's why we always say we celebrate Women's Day on 8th March. Not only the women should be there, the men should be there. They should know that what they are doing. Unless you make everyone men aware that they are wrong, what they are doing is not right. They are not doing right. Studying in our is how to feel. Governing this slavery, this discrimination, that is what I should governing this slavery, that is what I should this is happening, we should, no, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. That's not the gospel. Only love can transform, no other things can transform. Be sure of this. Only love can transform. So this is how our method should be. And and this is a very serious thing that is going on in our country now. This trafficking of human beings, especially women. And so we must address this, and it's the right time that we have come up. I'm happy that the religious are taking the lead. I asked sister, what about the men? Why not the men join this? I at least two men are here. I'm happy about it. They are part of it. The men should have been here. Some priests should have been here. They also should have been part of it. Of course, now you start and then we'll fall in. We'll get them also. But they should be involved. In every parish, this awareness has to be done. The parish priest should take this chance. And the right place that we are having it, because the social work should have been here. This office is here and also in every parish, in every parish, should say that the right place that we are having it, because the right place that we are having it, first of all, our own realization, how we need to respect the right place that we are having it. You can have this question. But they are not when you practice it, that you have deep respect for every human being, irrespective of caste, creed, color, language, race, etc. When you have that strong in you, and then you start this ministry of trafficking, you have a tremendous effect. And you practice it, but when you are not accepting your close associate, or there is so much of fight and quarrel and envy and you put that person trying to do this, and you are not ministry of traffic, nothing will take. The devil will take chance, and the devil will take that opportunity and use it for his own kingdom. That's what is happening in our ministries. That's why personal transformation is required to do this ministry. Personally be convinced of the dignity of every human being. Are we aware of that? And the devil could do that because she is not everyone. Even the fellow who did atrocities against her, she loved her. That's why personal transformation is required. And she looked after his child so well. Personally be convinced of what's the personally be convinced of so, the sisters, thank you for responding to the invitation as masters and coming here to I thank you for coming to us and I'm sure we are launching it and taking it ahead. Thank you to show others what it is Thank you,
Thank you so much, Your Grace, for your great words and messages. Let us all take a good photo with our I request every sister to our friends. The media persons will arrange you. Thank you so much, Your Grace. So thank you so much, Your Grace. Let us all take a good photo with our
அப்படியே தூக்கு மேலே தூக்கு அப்படியே மேலே தூக்கு இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் உள்ள ஃபுல்லாக தூக்கு ஃபுல்லாக இன்னும் எழுத்து
Let's begin the first session. Today we are privileged to have with us our distinguished advocate, Mrs. Ruth Thomas, who will be leading our first half of the session on human trafficking, strategies for building resilience. Before that, I call upon Sister Sarah from Clooney to give a short intro about our advocate ma'am.
Good morning to everyone. I deem it my honor to present the resource person of today, Advocate Ruth Thomas. Mrs. Ruth Thomas is well-known, renowned lawyer with more than 10 years of practicing history. She is the co-founder of SRT Law Associates, engaged in multi-law practice with special focus on women, children and vulnerable groups. She worked as a legal consultant for an international human rights organization for about 10.5 years. She started her career working on sex abuse cases in Mumbai. Her work includes rescues and trials on ITPA matters, domestic violence and other child-related matters and rape cases. She then spent about 4 years tackling the cases of child labor, bonded labor and labor human trafficking cases in Karnataka, where she worked closely on bail, trial and appeal matters. Ruth has trained many police officers, NGO members, judicial officers, lawyers, law students, and also priests and nuns across the country on ITPA, POCSO, domestic violence and child protection laws. She was a member of the task force that drafted the comprehensive standard operating procedures to combat human trafficking in Karnataka. She currently works as external advisor for several organizations on matters related to POCSO and violence. She co-authored a research paper which got featured in Russian journal, Systemic Victims of Human Trafficking and Their Struggle for Justice. She also co-authored a research paper titled Child Trafficking for Commercial and Exploitation with Special Reference to India, Legal Training, Challenges and Way Forward, which was published by Decent Authors in the book Crimes Against Children in India. It is a great privilege to train us on this day. She will be shortly enlighten us on human trafficking and ITPA. Welcome ma'am for this session. I look forward to your session.
I call His Highness is on the stage, and I request Mr. Anumanani to honor the applause.
Good morning, everyone. You have a breakfast today? Yes? What is your eating? So you have the energy to sit for a long session. Yes? Okay, all of you put your thumbs up. Are you all happy today? Yes. Okay, so let's start off. So I've been in this profession and I've been working with the application for quite some time. But I'm also very aware that we need to are bigger experts than me. So mostly from my experience, I really honor that there are these wonderful specialists here with us. Thank you so much for the way you so that's one thing I want to ignore all the other stakeholders and all the persons here. I thought that my most valuable experience and advice and strategy on how to tackle this. And also I'm in awe and I'm honored to be part of with the NGOs here in Canada. Congrats for my district as well as the IBM rehabilitative processes that was done through them. So yeah, so with that I'll start off with my with this training session. Let's make it as discussion oriented, and we will reduce this whole thing about this being technical. I'll keep some technical part to it, but you're always open to ask questions. I know many of you are experts in this field and you would have more challenging questions. So we will discuss that as well. Initially, I just want to know what you want to know about human trafficking. So I'm just going to pull down a chart here, and maybe sir can help me out. We are going to I want to know what is your take and what do you want to take from this session. What is that you're looking out for? Right? I'm going to pass on the mic. Whoever wants to speak, I just want to know. I just want to know what you want to add about human trafficking. So what is that you want to learn from us? Help me out. What is the challenge that you're facing? Or are you even new to this one? That's okay. And what is from this session? What is that you're looking out from this session? Everybody come on, this is for us to learn and get together. I'm also going to learn in this process. You are also going to learn in this process. So after that you want to learn from us. Anybody wants to learn from us? Help me out. Or are you even new to this? Okay, let me know how many of you are working on human trafficking. How many of you are working on hospital dating? Okay, great. How many of you are working on dowry dating? Domestic violence? Okay. So then let's go clear. We are going to start off with this session and give you an awareness on what trafficking is, how we can tackle it, as an objection or as complications we may always have to clear on how to go about it. We may have seen situations where we domestic violence. But what is domestic violence? Entire how do we ensure that right? That's what we are learning. So first I want to add That's another point. There's always abuse in trafficking, right? And trafficking may not be abuse all the time, right? So that's true. What else? What else? Anybody else have any other opinion? You're all right. All of us are part of the movement. Complete identity is taken off, very, very important, and that is why it is very hard for us to right? But about the main thing of the human taking into that is true. It is prominent railway station, railway stations are on the schemes and especially in the red areas, red light area, in many places, and people are the of these people get take them to give a job, but get straight into the abuse places, they abuse and some of them are jumped after the war and they take our home also. So these issues because of that poverty, they take for what they think they are doing job, but they are not doing job. They complete abuse, sexual abuse, verbal abuse, all kind of abuse is going on. Exactly. That's also an amazing answer. See, this is why we need to understand we can't put in one definition for human trafficking, right? Because it's so complex. Many a time they are not just verbally abused, they are sexually abused. They are also totally, exploited, and then they are put in places of confinement. And so it is very, very difficult also to actually rescue them because there is a lot of people who are involved in doing this, right? And that is why it gets more complicated and complex to actually take care of a victim of human trafficking. Anybody else? Any other? Yes.
Trafficking can be from network for sometimes police can be
Exactly. That is another very, very important highlight. Human trafficking is done by an organized set of criminals. Right? Organized crime. It is not something that's happening out of the blue. They are very, very organized. They know what is the intention. They have people from the source to the destination point. Right? So that is why it is more organized crime. Right? And the most important thing, one more thing, what is the difference between human trafficking and abuse? There is a major difference. Anybody can respond. Why would so many criminals be so involved in actually taking it as an organized crime? Yes, exactly. Right? Profit, commercial. Do you know human trafficking is the third most illegal industry in the world? Third most profitable illegal industry in the world. Imagine the economics, it gets definitely affected, right? So human trafficking is very profitable in nature. You are actually killing a human being, you are actually exploiting them, but at the end of the day, they are able to make profits. They are able to make 3 and 4 folds of profit by exploiting a human being, right? So great job. So I think you understood what human trafficking is. I'll just share my slide with you. Yeah. So human trafficking is an illegal industry, right? There are large profits involved, and this is done from time immemorial, right? This is not started today or yesterday. This is started from time immemorial. You see, slavery is always a practice, and slavery was something that was always seen in exploiting people who were having less power, right? So that is the third one. Due to advent of technology, what we have seen is we have seen new forms of human trafficking, right? Like online sexual abuse, online grooming, online sexual, pornography. All that is coming under due to advent of technology. So a new platform has started, and the most important thing, like one of you said, is the identity is very hard here to recognize. We are not able to recognize the identity. Most of the time it is through dark web. We are not able to actually figure out who has done it. And there is a lot of anonymity when it comes to advent of technology. Then due to pandemic-like situation, also we see, a lot of victims being, victimized due to situations like earthquake, it could be COVID-like situation, it could be disasters, natural disasters. So at that time you lose everything and you begin to trust anybody, right? So that is when we see, and geopolitical factors, right? When a person, there is unrest in a country, for example, when there is unrest in Ukraine or in Syria, what we see is many people try to flee from one country to another. Right now, I know that there are a lot of Rohingya Muslims who are actually they fled from their country, Myanmar. They have come here, right? But because of this, many of them are getting exploited because they don't have an identity of their own. They are not able to get any kind of protection. And what we see, this is happening in Bangalore. A city like Bangalore, that these individuals, they are being severely traumatized because they are not being recognized. They are not getting protection. They are getting into this cycle where it's like a loop. And then we have refugee-like situation, which all of you know. Definitely this affects more women and child. Why is that? Weaker section of the society, so it is very easy for anybody to actually get into them. And breathing procedures, right, are so complicated that it is very hard to bring a kind of baby. Very hard. Many of the times the victims are not turned hostile. Victims are not told what to say. And what happens if victims turn hostile? Or what happens if there is a lot of threat from the accused side or the person who has committed the crime? And because of it, again, we see very low convictions. We see very low convictions under human trafficking. Okay, one of the major things we see with human trafficking is migrant studies, and after that, I decided to, get a job, and that's why I moved on to Bangalore, right? The same way there are many people who are migrating, but there are different kinds of migration. One is safe migration, and the other one is unsafe migration, right? Now, in most cases, what you see is victims either come to a state, right? Or individuals come to a state which is called immigration, and the other one is emigration. You are going out of the state, right? But in both cases, if it is safe, then we need not worry, right? Everybody has the right to migrate. Let's go to the next one. But when migration happens, when you are part of the vulnerable group, right? There's always a vulnerable group, right? It could be adults, it could be women, children, or it can be families as well, right? When we are part of vulnerable group, then migration is also a risk for them. Now I'll tell you the reason. Let's go to the next one. Now why? So there are many reasons why we migrate, right? Why do we migrate? Let me ask you one thing. Job, yes. Studies, yes. Marriage. Livelihood, yes. What else? Good climate, yes. Good climate. Or if there is a disaster, an earthquake like disaster, a continuous disaster prone places like flooding areas, you definitely move, right? War is a major thing where suddenly you are uprooted, right? So if all these are deciding factors. Now that is what you see, there is social drivers which means your education, your salary, then there is environmental drivers which is like something that's happening, maybe it's due to flood, water supply, food, whatever it is. Then there is economic drivers. You want to see better prospects. That is why you are bringing up. Then you have, political drivers, right? Sometimes there's a lot of unrest, like you said, war, like situation. And then you make a decision. Now this decision is the most important thing. When you make a sudden decision, when you don't make calculated decisions, and when you are not able to make such decisions, sometimes when you are in a war zone area, the only thing that is in your mind is get out, survive. I need to survive. We don't think much. So whoever is ready actually to help us out, we are ready to trust them, right? So that's what happens. We make a decision. And some that leads to migration. Some of them also decide to stay back. Maybe because they are able to calculate their decision and understand that staying back is better. But not in all situations, every human being gets the chance to make a calculated decision, right? So that is when unsafe migration happens. Which I have already said. On what happens is it leads to like the safe migration, which is called better prospects in living. Otherwise, unsafe migration. What happens in unsafe migration? This is what happens. Exploitation, right? The person is exploited. They are forced to do something. Let me give you an example. In one of my cases, one of the victims, they were family, right? And they were like a family who were living in Odisha. Now what happened, there was huge famine there. And Odisha is always struck with famine. So they were not able to get a job, they were not able to, and suddenly their mother passes away. Because of which there is a huge funeral expense. Now they cannot meet the funeral expense, so they take a huge loan, right? And because they are very poor, they are not able to attain it, so they take this loan, and what happens is that they are not able to pay back the loan. So this owner is like, see, you cannot pay back your loan, you do one thing. I will send you with an agent of mine, you go work with him. It's in Bombay. You have to go with him. Now, does he have the time to calculate his decision? No. He needs to pay for his, pay off his debt. So he decides this is a better prospect. At least I can go, get a job, get money, and pay him off. But what happens in Bombay? He is taken to a factory where he is not provided even minimum wages. He is asked to work 14 to 15 hours a day, and then he's never able to come back to Odisha. He is stuck, right? He was forced to work like a slave. And whenever he says to the owner, see, I think I've paid up, I've worked almost 3 years now, I've paid up, because they are illiterate, because they don't have education prospects, what happens? They are not able to actually calculate and see whether they will even have paid their debts. And what does the owner do? The owner will keep on tricking him and trapping him, saying, no, you're still not paid because there's a huge interest. So that is when we call it unsafe migration and exploitation happens. Then also interstate migrant issues. A lot of interstate migrant issues are seen when there is an unsafe migration and refugee issues. When they don't even have an identity. We know most of the refugees don't have a legal identity. That is why they are called refugees. And most of the time, countries are not ready to accept them. Right? So that is when they face trafficking like situations. Let's go to the next slide.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think one more type of migration takes place on basis of the religion.
Yes.
Religion,
Yes.
migration takes place and women and children are used as people to be migrated and to get the sympathy from the world.
Yes, definitely. There are different ways. This is just some of the examples that I've given, but there are different modes in which you use power and you ensure that that person gets migrated. Now, why is trafficking a growing concern? Everybody talks about it. What is the reason? The reason is there is at least trafficking happening every second, right? In every second, 3 out of the 4 women are being exploited. That is why it's a concern, right? So that is why we need to talk about it. And 71% of the women who are trafficked, 71% of the people who are trafficked, they are all women. So imagine the unsafe condition of these women. Like Honorable Bishop said about the case about that victim girl. This is happening even today. This is happening every second in different states. Right? We are not having stakeholders come forward and writing them. So that is the issue. Right? So that is why we need to bring this treatment. This is what the Honorable Bishop said is actually human trafficking. That girl is being forced into commercial exploitation on the basis of the fact that she is covered with right? This is happening even today. So yeah, now we have international conventions that every country has to follow. That is global conventions, right? The reason is globally we are committing ourselves to work against such issues. And one of the most important things under human trafficking is Palmer Protocol. Right, which is also known as Protocol to Prevent, Suppress and Punish Trafficking of Persons, especially women and children. Right, it's mostly known as Palmer Protocol. Another international convention is World Trade Convention. India is signatory to both, and we have, ratified both the conventions, which means we have taken a commitment to actually stand up against such issues. Now, for a long period of time, we did not have specific laws related to human trafficking. Go to the next slide, right? So we have the Constitution right now, Article 20, which clearly states that all kinds of trafficking is prohibited, and right, all kinds of trafficking. This Constitution is like a backbone of law, which gives us the fundamental rights, right? So when the Constitution clearly lays down the fact that trafficking in human beings and beggar and any forms of forced labor are prohibited, it also means that it's put at a higher pedestal. We have all the statutory laws and procedural laws coming from this Constitution. So for a long period of years, we did not have any specific definition for human trafficking. So what happened? Practitioners like us found it very difficult because knowing the stakeholders when we rescue a victim, first thing we do is start a criminal process and a criminal section because there are too many sections and most of the time there's so much complication, right? So if you see we have also different laws like under IPC we have sexual harassment, we have inducing women for the purpose of exploitation, rape, then we have IPC different laws. Like under IPC, we have sexual harassment, we have indecent brilliant for the purpose of exploitation, rape, then we have IPC practitioners like that. Because going to the stakeholders when we rescue anyone here, we can start a different process and many sections. Because there are too many sections. So yeah. Right. So if you have a different laws, like
What is it?
under IPC, we have sexual harassment. The first one is indecent brilliant for the purpose of exploitation, rape, then we have IPC like policies for this. Yeah. So we have different laws. Like we have the Indian Penal Code. We have Immoral Traffic Prevention Act. This act is basically to protect all women from commercial sexual exploitation. Right? Immoral Traffic Prevention Act. We have JJA. Anybody knows what is JJA? Excellent. Juvenile Justice Act is mainly to protect all kinds of children. This is also based on a convention called Conventions on the Rights of Child. Then we all know POCSO. Yes, POCSO is basically protection of Indian Penal Code. Children from, immoral trafficking, sexual abuse. Yes, specific. This is again a very good law that actually protects children. And we have a lot of, procedures that is very friendly for children. I'm sure, we have honorable guests that is Rosa's person who will give you a good idea on how this works. And then we have Prevention of Child Marriage. We have Transplantation of Human Organs Act. Then we also have Voluntary Labor System Abolition Act. There is multiple laws and that is what statutory and procedural. But what happens is the non-person finds it so hard. Even when we do a rescue, even for the police officer, he also finds it. Just sections we should have. Right. So that is why we realize that there is nothing that is binding in the definition of child marriage. That is why in 2013, after the unfortunate, we also have Voluntary Abolition Act. The entire nation should, right? And there is a lot of laws saying that you do not have, but what happens to protect good criminal laws. And so what has happened is, because of the approach, the government also realized that we need to do something about it. There was a committee formed. This committee was headed by Justice Verma, right? And they brought in a lot of amendments. Now if you see the Indian Evidence Act, if you see IPC, if you see Criminal Procedure Code, there is a lot of amendments brought out to ensure that women are protected. One such amendment was the amendment the trafficking section. This is 370 of the act. They have amended it to include human trafficking. This is the first technology since 2013 that we got an amendment. And now we have a specific definition which talks about human trafficking. And this definition is basically derived from the Palramo protocol. Yes, the wordings are a little different here and there, but holistically, if you say, the intention is to ensure that you have a specific provision to deal with people who are involved in doing this kind of and then we also have the trafficking bill. Many of you must have know about this bill, but there's a lot of debate around this bill, and so it is still not passed. If it is passed also, there are certain things that need to get changed, and so it is right now, being reviewed by the company. The intention is to ensure that. Now let's look into trafficking. 370 of the IP. It's a huge definition. Trafficking in person as the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring or receipt of person by means of threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, of abduction, of fraud, of deception, of abuse of power, or in a position of vulnerability, or giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person having control over another person for the purpose of exploitation. Exploitation shall include sexual exploitation, forced labor, services, slavery, or practices similar to slavery, servitude, or the world of organs. Okay, nobody has understood anything, I'm sure about that. Even I was equally confused. Okay, now we are going to break this down for better understanding. Next slide. It is simple. trafficking has three major ingredients: act, means, and purpose. That's it. Right? You always need to have an illegal act. You are using an illegal means, and you are obtaining an illegal purpose. Right? That's all human trafficking is all about. I'll give you an example. Two children. Okay? They were in a village in Tamil Nadu. Both of them are studying. But the father is not able to take care of the children or the family. Suddenly there's an agent who says, there are a lot of these rose farms in Bangalore. You all children have best range for it. If they go, you will get good money. They'll be able to go to school. Why don't you send these children? I will take responsibility. I'm from this village, you know very well. I'll take responsibility. I will give you an advance also right away. Let's give you 10,000 rupees as advance. Keep it with you. Mind you, these children are just to take care of these children and 7 years of age. Right? These children have no idea. The parents with a heavy heart has decided to give it. Now what you see is, there is an illegal act. Right? There is an illegal act of actually recruiting these children and transferring these children. And what happens? From there, they are actually recruiting these children. They are very small, they have no idea. And what is the means here? Can any of you see there are different means talking about? We can be threat, right? Force, coercion, abduction, fraud, abuse of power, deception or abuse. What is the means that they have used? Illegal acts of actually recruiting force to an extent. But it was not force because he is purely said they are getting paid. They are actually recruiting. Fraud, yes. And what is the inducement, right? He is inducing them. It's fraudulent facts, right? So he is using the means for the purpose of. Now let's see what's the purpose. These children are sent to a farm. These children are really small. And this is a real case where I actually did the rescue of these two kids. They work for 18 hours a day. Basically what they do is they pick up the thoughts of these branches of the rose plant, which used to come in Majestic. There's a huge rose farm there. These kids are supposed to pick it up and also till the soil, right? And they get up in the morning 6 o'clock and they go on working. When we did the rescue, you have to look at the children's hands. It was completely and hard. We know how our children's hands are. They're so soft. These hands like someone who has done heavy load of work. That is the kind of hands he used, right? And these children were not, they were severely dehydrated. They were looking so tan and malnourished. They were even not able to get proper food. You know where they were staying? They were staying with the hens there. When we did the rescue, so that is the kind. And therefore, this is not happening in one farm. There are several farms with several kids are brought about for this, right? So what is the purpose here? Is it sexual exploitation, forced labor, slavery, servitude, forced removal of organs? Forced labor, right? It is forced labor. So this is how it is easy for us to understand. And that is why human trafficking, if you see, they are ensuring that this organized crime is become. Now another thing you will understand that there is always a source, right? Someone who is very, very close to the family is able to induce. So there is one person. Now this is happening in Tengelikote in Tamil Nadu, right? Now these kids are taken from Tamil Nadu. That means there is some requirement of transportation, right? So there is a transport person involved in this. Now from there they are coming to the owner of the rose farm. So there is a third person involved, right? So you see why it's called an organized crime. So there are several people involved. That is why when you see the means also, they are not telling only about recruitment. They are telling recruitment, transportation, transport, harboring. What do you mean by harboring? These kids are taken from Tamil Nadu. That means there is some requirement of transportation, right? So there is a collect and keep them for some time. Now from there, this happens a lot in sexual exploitation. Where many of the girls are initially taken to a room, they are kept there, they are used there. Sometimes they are raped there. Okay, but that is not where actually the exploitation is. They are raped so that they accept it. They are raped and forcefully exploited to the fact that their complete souls are broken. Then they are sent to another destination where they they are forced to work as prostitutes who work for commercial sexual exploitation. So that is harming and receipt of receipt is always open. Every day there will be a final person there to see them and utilize them for exploitation. Now, what are the laws applicable? You see, there is a law in the IPPA, which is also basically to protect women from all kinds of sexual exploitation. Then we have POCSO, because many children are being utilized. If you see nowadays, children are a bigger demand, especially on online platforms. Customers want children as small as 5 years of age, right? 6 years of age. Basically, they are sharing pictures. They are utilizing these things. So that is why we need to ensure that POCSO sections are there. Third one is IPC. We have lot of specific sections like kidnapping, abduction. All of that is clearly laid out under the IPC nowadays. Then we have child labor. When a child is forced into labor, then we have to utilize child labor prohibition laws. Right? And then also the fact that there is a lot of caste of prostitutes under women trafficking. Actually, under commercial sexual exploitation, many children or many minor girls who are from a specific caste are forced to do, especially in Maharashtra, in Karnataka. Right? We have video communities who are being pushed into it. They don't have any other choice. And even stakeholders, and this there are lots of challenges. One major thing that we see is the police sometimes say, yeah, they are from this community, so it's happened very normal for me. Right? So even society has begun to accept that is what it's called, that is why we put it SC/ST atrocity also. And then obviously, it's also, and there are a lot of IT provisions because it's online pornography, online abuse, all of that. So we have also the IT Act. In some cases, we also put, like Organized Crime Act. Like that also depends a lot on stakeholders. So even most these are the specific sections that we utilize. That is why we put it SC/ST atrocity also. And then obviously, okay. So what happens in human trafficking? There is always a source, a transit, and a destination. Right? There is always a happening. Either these girls in many of my, there is once, in commercial sexual exploitation, what we have seen is, victims are not just coming from vulnerable community. Right? We always think because they are from a vulnerable community, that is why they are targeted. Now, once we did a rescue, and we found the girls in Pondy. So it's a red light area there. I called her Manju. Next is Sugar transit. So Manju, initially she didn't speak to us at all. Slowly she started speaking. We realized that her Hindi is not good at all. So we were sure that she is not from this part of the state. So we started continuously talking. We had social workers who are actually from Karnataka. So they started speaking in Kannada to each other, like friends. Suddenly Manju became so excited and she also started speaking in the same language. Right? And then these social workers then sat with her and started asking her questions. So there she clearly says that she's from Karnataka, but she's still not willing to tell the story. After a long period of time, she moved out and she said that she actually fell in love with one guy. And she actually is from Karnataka. She is actually from a family who are fathers are good government officials. But because of so much trauma that she went in through, she is not able to remember the phone number, anything. Because we kept this strike her. The only thing she remembers is this boy took her, they fell in love, they eloped, they didn't tell the family, and she went to Bombay. There was another trafficker where she is handed over to and she is put into the comments of red area. And then she was repeatedly raped, and because of which that caused severe trauma to her, and she was not able to remember. Then after 3 years, we realized that because she's from Karnataka, we need to place her back in a protective home in Karnataka. So we bought her back. Thankfully, after some years, suddenly one day she remembers her number. Her father's number. She immediately tells the officer, "Sir, this is the number. Can you please call?" And then she immediately gave her because of which she called. And that's when we realized actually she is the daughter of an income tax officer. So this is where we need to understand that this can happen to anyone. We always think, yes, vulnerability, because we are part of the vulnerable community, we think suddenly it's more towards that. But doesn't mean nowadays online platforms, all the online sexual abuse that we see are not just to children. Children who are very educated, children who want a relationship, children who want to experiment, and then they get trapped into this. So that is why we say there is always a source, there is a transit, and there is a destination. Now, yes, there are some major observations. One is it's hidden in plain sight. It's very, very hard. Even in many rescues, we have missed out because these traffickers are better. They are well done. They have networks even within police department, even within their own stakeholder departments to figure out if there is a rescue or not. Many times we have missed out opportunities of rescuing the girls, right? So that is why hidden in plain sight. There is high chance of missing. Very difficult to act, right? We need to understand the procedures very hard. Even we don't understand the procedures, then that whole rescue can become difficult. So we need to understand the procedures. Finally, it takes place too quickly. So as people who are part of the system, there also have needs to respond. If you know of a girl who is trapped, within 24 hours you should ensure that that girl is rescued. If you know actually, I'll wait tomorrow, I'll take care of it. Very difficult to river will be changed, the body need to be placed in a different location altogether. So that is why it's important. Now we go to the next slide. Yeah. Now how do we help out, right? How do we bring a change? Because we are organized, we should also be organized. Whoever is doing this rescue should be organized. That is why it's important to understand the approach. One is prevention. The main thing that one of the care is prevention. Bring awareness. Many of these districts in your own areas may be hospitalized. Read about it. Now we have ChatGPT, we have Google, we have a lot of search engines which will talk about this issue. These things are happening right in front of us. Sometimes we just want to turn up right because there are so many things happening. Right? So that is why it's important for us to understand bringing prevention strategies. Sometimes it's also about ensuring that vulnerability reduces. Right? If you are able to provide a family in your own area, they may not trust the government. If you are able to, government is able to provide proper schemes for them to get good jobs, they will never be any employed. So it's also to ensure that whatever is needed, at least we are able to provide them basic. Then, at least, I'm not saying we will be stop it, but we will be able to minimize it. Second is identification and rescue. Now, many of them are trapped in this exploitation. What do? We have to rescue. But rescue has to be done very, very strictly as per law. Right? It's very important. We cannot go and speak a girl. The easiest thing you can do is report it to the police station. So it's very important to report any crime that you see to the police station. Or if there children, we all know CWC is there. If it's women, we also know there are a lot of other commissions involved, like women's commissions there. Many of them are free numbers. Finding it hard to utilize 100, but rescue 109. There are several mechanisms involved. Or look out for injuries. There are NGOs who are specifically doing it. Actually, when I was working on the sexual trafficking issue in Bombay, there were a lot of sister congregations who were really, really good at their work. They were there, we had great homes there, and because of which the girls can be rehabilitated, they became punch witnesses, they had their own rescue teams. So, depending on what are your expertise, you can join in, right? Third one is rehabilitation and reintegration. Just by rescuing a victim, we are not doing anything. It is better not to rescue. That's what, the whole activist group says. Why? Because we are pushing them back to the same side. Ensure that you have a plan to rehabilitate them. They are emotionally tortured. They are emotionally broken up. They are financially completely distraught. They don't have an identity like you said. So it is very important for us to understand that we must have rehabilitation strategies, we must have restorative practices. Finally, prosecution, right? In many cases, I know it's not possible, but try as much to put it into the legal system. You know, I have been practicing in all cases. I always look out to see how many cases in the sessions court that I am practicing, I see anything on human trafficking. Nil. Most of there are maybe one or two, right? Especially on situations like forced labor, very less. There are still some magistrates courts, when it's a special court, obviously these cases come up, but still the conviction rate, everything is very low. There is also reason attached to it because we don't have a good system, we don't have lawyers who can protect our victims, we don't have judiciary who are sensitive to the needs of these victims. So all of that is there. So that is another approach that we should have. There are maybe one or two. Yes. Right? Especially on situations like forced labor, very less. There are still some magistrates courts, when it's a special court, obviously these cases come up, but still the conviction rate, everything is very low. So identification, I'm coming to that very soon, right? I'll come to it. It is basically you need a team. It is not that easy. Right? There is a team involved, a team who has good intent, and also sometimes the police may have information, but they need a person, a good witness to come with them. So there are different strategies which are coming very soon. So one thing is, who is a trafficker? Anybody can be a trafficker, like a recruiter, a transporter, seller, buyer. Right? There are a lot of people who are just agents. Not that easy, okay? They can be a trafficker, owner of a factory, and even a customer. Well, that is another question. Many people think customer hasn't done anything wrong. He didn't know he was a trafficker. But at the end of the day, he is actually involved if it's a child or if it's a minor. It is not the minor or the child that will responsibility at the same way as my child will do this to me. It is you as an adult have a responsibility to ensure that that minor is protected or that adult woman is protected. So that is why customer is also part of a transport network. And even a customer. Well, that is another question. Another thing is, if there is no customer, there will never be this kind of work, right? But there is huge demand and that's why there is supply. That is our economic understanding, right? So if we remove the supply and if we remove the demand, obviously the supply will also reduce. So this is the main point that needs to stop. To ensure that minor is protected or that adult woman is protected. So that is why customer is also part of a transport network. Now, some of the important aspects under these are one is consent of the victim is immaterial. There is what is that? That's like a supply. That is our economic understanding, right? So if we remove many times when we do rescues, what we have seen is victims, right? Victims who are part of exploitation. They have been severely exploited. First of all, they are brought to a different state. In one of my cases, that was my first case. My victim was, I was also very young at that time. I was just 23 or 24. My victim girl who I was assigned to rescue, one was also like a 19-year-old girl, right? And what is that? Both of us are equally scared. She doesn't trust me. I don't know how to get the trust out of her. But after 2-3 days, then we kept talking to each other. Then she comes over here. Right? We opened up and she stand up. Initially what she said was, I'm a sex worker. I'm doing it on my free will. Why are you coming to me? You loyal to your work. But then I realized that she didn't stop there because she anyway, someone who needs help. And again, because the judge said, no, she doesn't trust me. Talk to how to. So then I spoke to her again. At this time, but I was a little more better. She was like, yeah, lots of bad things happen. What can I do about it? I said, no, you can come at us. Your life is your next life. Right? And then she tells the story that she is actually from Bengal, West Bengal. She lost her sister suddenly. She came from a very, very poor background. She lost her sister very soon. She had committed suicide. It was very for her. She was all alone and she was feeling so lonely. At that time, when I met her in person, I called him Sahil right now. She met Sahil there to help her throughout. Sahil talking about her housemaid job. They were very, very happy to be with that job. For almost 6-7 months, she felt like, she's seeing the life of love. And so then finally son proposed. Lost her sister, she was like, okay, let's get married. I'm also ready to get married. And so they get married. There's no registration to it. They go to some place, finish off their marriage. And then Sahil stays there for almost a month. They're having a happy married life. After a month, he's there to help her to you know what, I think you should get a better job. Staying in West Bengal, nobody can help us. We should go somewhere else. So then, because, obviously, she also didn't want like go against his wishes. She thought anyway he's there to help me out. She goes with Sahil. So they get married. She reaches Bombay. Then immediately when she reaches Bombay, she's taken to a club. And there is a couple. Right? Sahil couple immediately takes her and Sahil is out of the picture. After that's when she realized she's completely trapped. And then she gets, exploited. She was rescued from a bar, from a very broken bar. So if I had taken, so what you see is, if I had taken the initial subject of the fact that I am doing it of my own free will, why is government disturbing? Then this whole concept of can we file an FIR as human trafficking? Right? No. So that is why the courts understand that it is not easy for them to tell about consent. And then they are telling consent because of their fear. They fear everybody. That is why we see clearly that consent of the victim is immaterial. So if I had taken, so what do you see? If I had taken with child abuse also, right? They are in such a vulnerable condition. Why do I want them to immediately stay? And they cannot trust. They have trusted, loved someone so much, that is Sahil, right? And if Sahil has done that, understand that she is meeting me in another 2 days, why should she trust it? What is the need? How can she be so sure that I will help her? Right? So that is why we need to understand that under the law, consent of the victim is immaterial. Second thing is punishment. This is the only act, especially for adult women, where we see a strict punishment. The punishment begins from 7, it can go up to 10. Children have a good law, we got no pocket. And if Sahil is good at this much more religious, accountability is better, all that is there. So, but in other cases, we don't have this kind of strong punishment. Here, under the 370, the punishment is much higher. Trafficking of minors, means children, right? The minimum punishment is 10 years. And trafficking of people, if there are multiple trafficking of offences, more than one, that means you can get starting from 14 to life. And then if authorities are involved, like other cases, or railway authorities, or there are some public official involved, then again the punishment is severe and is life imprisonment. And finally we need to understand this is a non-bailable trafficking of cannot get bail. You can get now the next punishment, but I know of cases where they got bail. And it means that under the magistrate court doesn't have the power to grant bail. Only the sessions court has the right to give bail. Right? So that is why it's called non-bail. Sessions court of the court will look into the facts and circumstances. Obviously there are periods of court acting multiple times filed for bail, but it is seen as a severe offence. That is the main concern. Let's go to the cannot get bail. You can get now the next question, but I know of cases where I think it takes 5 more minutes and we go for that under the magistrate court doesn't have the power. So just giving you some myths and realities. Always this myth is trafficking is present only in developing countries. Trafficking is there in all countries, no matter whether it's developed or developed. Victims are only from vulnerable communities get trafficked. No, the example I very clearly said that victims from any community can get trafficked. Trafficking is committed by strangers. Trafficking is not committed by strangers alone, right? Even known person. Every time you see the source point, someone who you trust a lot. That is the difference. So it's always starting with someone you trust. Victims, right? So it is more music. Last is girl or women are victims of trafficking. Is it only girl and women? Children, boys, men, all of them. Actually, a lot of men in the Gulf countries, especially from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, many of them are trapped in countries like in Gulf countries. Maybe you have seen this movie, The Boat Life. You know how that is trafficking. He's actually exploited there, right? If you haven't, please watch it. It clearly shows what is the life or a trafficked person in these countries. It's called The Boat Life. Malayalam, it's a Malayalam movie. But I think there is subtitles. Many of them are trapped in countries like in Gulf countries. Maybe you have seen this movie. Now we are going. I am going to deal with commercial sexual exploitation. Right now, any kind of trafficking, it will also have different kinds of acts and procedures. For example, commercial sexual exploitation is the most number of cases come out is through commercial sexual exploitation, and also many of the victims, girls, children, including boys, are all part of this process of commercial sexual exploitation. And it is one of the most profitable industries which is legal in India. Right? Actually, I would like to give you a little bit and then maybe another kind of trafficking you will have. So first one is commercial sexual exploitation means you are sexually exploited for commercial gains. Someone is forcing you to do it. Someone is gaining a lot of money through it by exploiting it. So there is a difference, right? That is why some people want to know what sex work or whatever they are doing on their own free will they commit. We are not talking about that. We are talking about women who are forced into it, who want to come out of it. We are talking about children where their consent is limited. Talking about them. Someone else is gaining a lot of money, a lot of illegal money out of exploiting their children or child. That is also known as CSE. So there are different things. Earlier it was more like red light areas, go to the red light areas, such corners. Now things have changed, right? Now where all do we see exploitation, especially sexual? Everywhere. It happens in houses, in big residential complexes, it happens in spas, it happens in your road, your laptops, it is just a video that is being browsed by thousands and millions of users. So it is there all over. That is why we have now specific sections called grooming pornography. If you see Boxer also has got amendments that talks about child pornography alone. And now we see there's different platforms. When I started my work in, I think, fairly in 2011, at that point of time, we were mostly, I have heard of more of brothels. But by 2018-19, when I was in Bombay, brothels were a very small part. The entire locations changed. We have online platforms. We have now star hotels, pubs. We have bars. We have even houses. Small residences are being utilized. Right? Now different locations are there. When I started my work in, I think, yes, at that point. Yes, that's a very big. There is a demand. And if you see, I think WCD has put the statistic wherein 100% was the demand before COVID. Now it has increased to 300% during COVID. We didn't have any other work opposite. Imagine the number of users. Imagine the number of people viewing content, that is exploitative content, that was only for child sexual abuse. Right? Yes. They are utilizing. The same thing they are utilizing online also. They are very easy. They actually exploit. I will tell you, I am close with that. When I was working, now there is 300%. So basically, there was a red light area. So there is also an Anganwadi, wherein an NGO was actually taking care of all the children. So there were 2 kids who were there. And then after a point of time, these children became very quiet. They were not telling something. Yes. So then the teacher realized there is something online also, right? There is something wrong. What is exploit doesn't. I will tell you. So she also just looks like that, and she follow when I just got and the teacher was like, I'll follow her at least one day. This child is suddenly going inside these boxes because the boxes are also closed down. And she is actually being, there is a customer who is already come to pick her. And then after that is when she immediately the Anganwadi teacher went interpreted and took her up. That's when the teacher understood that she is also being exploited. But because there's nobody to take care and these are children who are within the same street. It is very hard to actually for the teacher to go forward and do things. She took an extra effort, right? And on then we spoke to her and all of that. And then she said, whatever exploitation was happening between she and the customer, there was another person who was videographing the entire thing and putting it on CDs. That time there were more of CDs and selling it. So this is the amount, and she was so small. And she was just, I think, that time she was 7 now, but she's been very strong now. She's in her 10th or 8th standard, I'm not sure. She's given her testimony, the judge also studied her. But imagine the plight of this child, right? So this is where we see that the locations have changed and virtual platforms have become on higher demand. So yeah, with that I am just closing it up for a while. Let's take a break, water drink, whatever you may and then we'll tell back. And maybe the next session will be more of putting in case studies so that you can be as a part of the group and talk about how to give answers if such a situation happens, right? But imagine the plight of this child, right? So yes, exactly. So there are a lot of transgender communities who are being affected. Higher demand. So yeah, with that I just closing it up.
We'll break for some time. You will have 40 points out there in the retreat. And then those of you who have not signed, have not registered, those who have come only in the morning or not done the registration earlier, please make sure you register before you go for a coffee. If you find that so many people are there, you come back and do the registration. Please sisters, make sure that you do the registrations because we need the number for arranging the documents and the emails also. So thank you so much. Just come back in time. What are the You have 15 minutes, 11:30, you will be back for the session. Okay, thank you so much.
അമ്പാൻ അമ്പാൻ
അണ്ണാ ഏത് ഏത്
ജ്യൂസ്
ಜಗಡ ಮಾಡಿ
അമ്പാൻ അമ്പാൻ
അണ്ണാ ഏത് ഏത്
ജ്യൂസ്
ಜಗಡ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಆಚೆ
അമ്പാൻ അമ്പാൻ ജ്യൂസ്
ಜಗಡ ಮಾಡಿ
രംഗൻ ചേട്ടൻ എങ്ങനെയാ
ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಆಚೆ
എടാ മോനെ രംഗച്ചേട്ടൻ കാണിക്കുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കാണിക്കും അമ്പാൻ അമ്പാൻ ജ്യൂസ്
ಜಗಡ ಮಾಡಿ
രംഗൻ ചേട്ടൻ എങ്ങനെയാ
ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಆಚೆ
എടാ മോനെ രംഗച്ചേട്ടൻ കാണിക്കുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കാണിക്കും അമ്പാൻ 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 ജ്യൂസ്
രംഗൻ ചേട്ടൻ എങ്ങനെയാ
ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಆಚೆ
എടാ മോനെ രംഗച്ചേട്ടൻ കാണിക്കുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കാണിക്കും അമ്പാൻ 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 ജ്യൂസ്
രംഗൻ ചേട്ടൻ എങ്ങനെയാ
ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಆಚೆ
എടാ മോനെ രംഗച്ചേട്ടൻ കാണിക്കുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കാണിക്കും ജ്യൂസ്
ಜಗಡ ಮಾಡಿ
അമ്പാൻ അമ്പാൻ ജ്യൂസ്
ಜಗಡ ಮಾಡಿ
രംഗൻ ചേട്ടൻ എങ്ങനെയാ
ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ
എടാ മോനെ ജ്യൂസ്
hear me?
Once again, I request our advocate Ruth Thomas and she will lead our session on legislation against human trafficking, overview of ITC, IPTA, protocol and codes in migration.
And then, so one question which I wanted to ask was, yes, one of the sisters came and said there's a lot of cyber trafficking, cyber abuse happening, cyber offenses happening. What do they do in such cases? How do we take down certain material that is on the media? Now, in social media, actually social media, anything like Facebook or Instagram, they have their own policies. One is to take down, you have to get onto their link. You go to the settings. Under the settings, there is what the term is removal of the picture. You give reasons, go to the settings, privacy settings, you will know you are basically telling those authorities to remove such pictures, right? Now you can do it online data. Now if an offense is happening, someone is harassing you, you don't know what to do, you don't want to immediately go to a police station, there is a toll-free number. Does anybody know about this toll-free number? This is specifically for cyber issues. It is called 1930. Okay, call 1930 and then they will immediately block whoever is trying to call you, whoever is trying to circulate text messages. They immediately try to block that kind of account, right? There is also issues where the person is there is online abuse, but they are not able to actually do much because your account got hacked, right? Account got hacked, you don't know what to do. 1930 will call, they will guide you to the nearest police station. Sometimes in any district there is cyber police station, and some they won't. If there is no cyber police station, go to the nearest police station and file an FIR, right? Then the police will take initiative. They will send, reports to the cyber unit asking them to take down such material or asking them to, get into the account and stop that kind of activity, right? So there are different ways of going about cyber security. Easiest thing is to talk to 1930. Then if you see women in child development, there is a she box. Have you seen a she box? She box is used for a lot of things. Anything related to women, any offense, you can actually put it in. They will guide you. It is not that you will get an immediate solution. They will guide you to the person who you will have to contact. Right? So there is she box. There is also 1-8, 1-8 is Karnataka Rural Helpline. What is the Women's Helpline in Pondy, right? I don't know. You should tell. There is also 1-8. Okay. Yeah. So I just give it to Divya. Okay. So there are toll-free numbers for each district, for each state, and each state will have a specific set of emergency contact numbers. So you go into just go into Women and Child website, check out all of the nearest police station and ask them which are the emergency helpline numbers. Get the emergency helpline numbers. Keep it with you so that if there is especially if you are managing a school or you are managing a home, it is always good to keep these emergency contact numbers, right? So that you know the closest CWC member, the closest SP, the closest police station you know. Keep this with you. If in case something happens, you know who you have to contact, right? So now I am going to first talk about ITP. ITP, I really said it's for protecting women from all kinds of commercial sexual exploitation. Now there is a way of rescue it. Next slide and then now procedure, you have to ensure that there is a police person. Now under ITPA, there is a clear definition of who is the one who should come for rescue. There is someone called special police officer, right? Every inspector, most of the time the state will give a notification. In that notification they say, for ITPA matters, special police officer, usually the inspector of each police station. He has to be part of these rescues. So if you are doing big rescues, please don't go and just rescue them out. And then you go and file an FIR. What will happen is the accused will bring out this fact saying that some random people went to some place, got some people and fabricated cases. If you are planning to actually ensure proper accountability, please utilize these. Let the CID unit which has AHU. Most of the AHUs are not working right now, so don't trust them. But your inspectors are mostly notified as police officers. Please have them in your record. Okay, very, very important. Then, one question was how do you do intelligence gathering? Intelligence gathering is not something that is hard to do. Whatever we observe, we can understand. You need a team for it, right? If you are in the process of rescue, you need people who will give you the intelligence. It will be stakeholders like the police use their own information gathering personnel. You can utilize them, or you need to get some information from another medium, right? So there are different ways. If you are collecting intel, I am sure you will not be able to. But you get, standard explanation saying that my daughter is not safe, my wife is not seen, she left yesterday. All of this, the Supreme Court has clearly said that if a child goes missing, it should be seen as human trafficking case, right? So on those matters, we will immediately go to the police and ask. Otherwise, have an expert team here, right? Most of the time, intelligence gathering when I was working with the organization, they had an investigative team who was actually collaborating with the police. So they had 5 cameras, they had boarded customers who used to go talk to the police, figure out okay if there is a hit or not, is that it is being sold off, all of that. So that cannot be done by all of us. We have to contribute to what we can. Okay, so that is intelligence gathering. So once you have sought information, then you have to immediately tell the police. The police is already there from the beginning. In many cases, it is not that NGOs or people are giving information. Sometimes police have already about some practice that is happening. They will utilize it. They will ask you, please come and this rescue. Right? This is what the information is. So that is rescue. The rescue team must connect. And it is always better to have a special police officer or women member. Because at ITPA, you get women witness to come to court, independent women witness, a male witness, and also, in some cases, we use bogus customers, right? Because bogus customers is not that he will just pose as a customer, get evidence that this girl is being transacted for commission. So if he will go there, he will act like a customer and say, this is the girl, she must be the target girl. So then he said, I need this girl, give him money, he has to go on. 5 cameras with him. And the moment this girl comes to his side, he immediately signals the police will rush in and rescue him. Right? That is how when you need a legal accountability we do, because for all of this we will make statements. We will ensure that. So there is something called pre-rescue procedure where you have to state the scenes. This is what it is, this is the 5 camera that is being used, this is the evidence we are utilizing, this is the money, because this money will be, whenever you see this evidence, we will mark it. The police will mark it at one end. So that is called the marked currency. That money has to be exchanged. So we will note the numbers of these money, like the numbers of these charges. We have an authenticated number, right? We will note that all these procedures are done. Then the rescue is conducted. Once the rescue is done, again we put in all the procedures. Where we take statements, if there is money inside the brothel, we take that money. Whatever the most important thing here is to ensure that someone is there with the victim. Don't make out feeling sad. Understand that she is the victim. Remove her from the accused, not from anybody who is like a trafficker. Remove her from that. Take all their belongings. We might have very different things, right? She may just one Aadhaar card or birth certificate or family photos or some gifts that she had kept. I know they like saved it for such a long time. So please ensure you take it with you because after that it will be very difficult to go back and collect her belongings. And then once that rescue is done, at the same time if the accused is present, the police has the right to arrest. If he is not present, then his arrest is done later on. And then comes the post-rescue. Post-rescue, there are two ways of doing it. In this case, the victims, they are all produced before a magistrate. Right? It is very, very necessary within 24 hours. These women or children must be produced. For children, it is the CWC. For adult women, it is the magistrate. They will then pass orders. Right? They will pass orders for rehabilitation. Most of them will be kept in a protective policy. Now, in many cases, victims are from different states. Very rarely you will see victims, especially in human trafficking cases. If you are doing a rescue in Bangalore, you may find girls from Maharashtra, or you may find girls from Tamil Nadu. When I did rescue in Bombay, most of the girls were from Karnataka. So then, what happens if you want to go back home? You want to stay there. So what the protective home must do is collect these information. Right? Collect these information. Then the magistrate, they are produced before the magistrate. There is a special court at ITV. That is not a good thing about ITV. There is a special court, and usually these magistrates are trained magistrates, so these will understand. It's very different in Karnataka. I faced a lot of challenges. The magistrates are not that sensitive. But in Bombay, when I was working, it was much better. I felt like they wanted to do something for the girls. So they used to talk to the girls, understand them. And then the court itself will order for home inquiry. And then home inquiry basically means wherever the victim girl's home is, so the social workers are sent there to see if it's a finished home, if the child is safe. And that home inquiry report has to come back. Then if the judge is like convinced, then she is given orders to be sent back. The same procedures are done by who? Children. CWC. CWC is like a judge for the children, right? So anything related to children's rehabilitation, children's going back to their parents, checking out whether they are the same parents, all of that is done by CWC, right? And there is one principle they follow in all these cases. That principle is called victim-centric approach, right? If it is a child, keeping the child as the center, yes, interest of the child. That has to be, when we have to be very neutral. That is something that we all have to do when we are actually working in this area, right? Keep them at the center and see what is best for them. Sometimes their desires would be to go back, but if the environment is not conducive, we have to make a decision to ensure that they don't go back to this area of discomfort, right? Maybe they want to get back. So that should be the principle even of judges or advocates or even social workers. So post-rescue, now these are some things, but most of the time they are in protective home. This is where a lot of work needs to be done. Actually, the work starts when these victims are at home. There's a lot of difference, when we see them with where victims are given a lot of care, love, given them an opportunity for education. We also see like they can come forward. But there are challenges also. In every case we have seen, there are many cases where I've seen that the victim girls have gone back. She's gone back in the Africa. That also I've seen. So that is why we need to understand this is very challenging. Even for children, there are times when we put them in a good hostel, in a hostel, suddenly the children are being. So all of those challenges are there, which is part of each of our life. But we need to understand that, that our principle should be best interest of the child or a victim-centric approach. That should be our principle. And with regard to post-rescue, there are a lot of schemes available, right? A lot of schemes available. For example, at ITP, we have the Ujjwala scheme, where actually you are providing a lot of shelter opportunities there. There is some kind of compensation also given. Have you heard of 357? Section 357 is the section that is provided for every victim to get some compensation. So you can put applications in the court and get such kind of compensation. In many states, there are also compensation specifically given for the media. scheme. So ensure that these victims are able to stand on their own feet and utilize these schemes. And it is not easy. We have tried that with the government and a lot of incomes, but constantly always necessary. And that is inevitable. Whichever you do, you have to follow. Then only you can see this procedure going forward. But constantly follow. Yeah. Next slide. So yeah, I have to follow. Yeah. Now I want to also talk about bonded labor. Have any of you heard about bonded labor? Yes. Okay, what is bonded labor? Oh, I have to slide. Okay, still next, what is bonded labor? You have got the slide. Open book examination today.
Hotels, children work in the hotels.
Working in hotels, but just working in hotels is fine.
They get money from abuse.
Abuse.
They will get
Okay. So basically, you are enslaving someone due to a debt or an obligation or an advance. Okay. So it's very simple. When you say bonded labor, a person is losing his fundamental freedoms. Why? Because of an advance, a debt, or an obligation. That's all. That is bonded labor. So how do you see bonded labor? Like I already told about those two children and those mom. There is an advance. They give an advance of 10,000. That is, so they are forced to then, like think that these children we have already taken an advance. We can't rescue our own children because we took an advance, right? So that is how they manipulate these victims, saying that okay, we have given. This is a very important, very widespread practice everywhere. Bonded labor is a situation you see everywhere. You can see it in construction work, in firecracking industry, brick factories. You can see it in leather factories. You can see we have done rescues in agarbatti factories. Everywhere you can see. Where what the agents do is they will pay a small amount, like they will pay a small amount, like 10,000. Then they will make them work for 15, 16 hours a day, and an entire family is paid just 100 rupees, 200 rupees, right? And they think okay, that is the wage, but that is not the wage. That is the wage you are being enslaved. Every state will provide a minimum wage for every work. Brick making, you have this much, you have to pay a month, daily you have a daily notification. For example, for brick making, it is 675, 800 in Karnataka per day. Plus BDA. BDA means basically their allowance. So altogether it comes up to 1,000 rupees per day for their daily wages. If you are not paying that and then you are enslaving them, then that will all come under bonded labor. Right? Next slide. Yeah. So one is advance, other one is custom or obligation, and then another important thing is it could be because of the caste or community. One major example we can. So one is advance, other one is custom or obligation, and then another important thing is it could be because of the caste or community. One major example we can. So one is advance, other one is custom or obligation, and then another important thing is it could be because of the caste or community. One major example we can. So one is right. So that is why court is saying advance, custom and social obligation, succession. What do you mean by succession? Succession happens when one victim, he is taken an advance, he is working and working and working, he is never going to pay off that debt. And then what happens? That person will die. Then his son has to again work in that factory. The owner will say, no, your father never finished off the debt. Who said? You have to now. That is called succession, right? So that is also coming under bonded labor. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. I think we said about fundamental freedoms. Okay, how do you do this? This is also procedural, right? Under bonded labor, the person who has to do the rescue or where the information can go is two people. One is district administration, DA, right? Or the police. Now, the person who is in charge to lead the rescue is district administration. Who belongs to district administration? Who is the most powerful man in district administration? Collector, yes. So collector has to lead such rescues collector cannot lead the rescues, you can have a VAO, a Tahsildar, or even assistant Tahsildar to come and do the rescue. So they can do a rescue, but that delegation has to be authorized. So one side we will rescue the victim. DA will conduct an inquiry. DA means district administration. Once the administration is done, inquiry is done, then they provide something called release certificates. Have you heard of this? Release certificates. It is just stating that because these victims mostly don't have any identity, they don't have Aadhaar card, they don't have anything. So the district administration is giving a certificate saying that they are released from all debts and they are treated as, individuals. Nobody can threaten them and nobody can force them to work based on the earlier advance. So that is called release certificate, and the DA is supposed to provide rehabilitation. This is another scheme provided. There is a scheme called bonded labor alleviation scheme, wherein there is again amount provided to the victims, right? And simultaneously the police can file an FIR. If the accused is there, arrest him, take the statements and charge sheet is filed. Next slide. Yeah, so this is a rehabilitation. Each survivor can get a total rehabilitation of 1 lakh for male members, 2 lakhs for women and minors. Total rehabilitation amount for transgenders and physically handicapped, that will be 3 lakhs. Right? So this is the rehabilitation package. I am not getting into child protection laws because obviously we have experts coming in and speaking on child labor, child marriage, Juvenile Justice Act and POCSO. But I just wanted to know that human trafficking is a mix, right? So when you put an FIR, we will just not say 370. Have you seen FIR? How many of you have seen FIR? Okay, 1%, 2%, great, 3, 4. So there is name of the accused, there is victim's names, and have you seen section? Yes. So when you are giving the complaint also, you very clearly state that this is a child laborer, the child is exploited. So as section 370 and provisions under Child Labor Act. Okay. Now if there is a child being sexually exploited, we will add sections under ITPA, we will add sections under 370, we will add sections under POCSO as well. That is why I brought it, but each of it will be specifically spoken by the stakeholders. Yeah. Okay. Now I want to just end it up by saying that most of us think that, oh, this is very inspirational, we have to start. But there are millions of challenges in these cases. Most of the time what we have seen is, we will have 20% success and 80% challenges. Okay? 20%. So that we have to accept. So what are the challenges? It is interwoven with procedures. When we go to tell the police, sir, you have to rescue the victim, they will say, no, we can't do it today, we're too busy. Then you go tomorrow again, sir, FIR is not filed, come day after. Then day after also they don't file, then we have to go to the SP. You file an SP, you ask them to file an FIR, they will also may not file. What you have to do then? We have to take it to court, telling that these people are not filing the FIR, at least you order for an FIR. Then the judge will take another 3-4 days and then will order. This is how each procedure goes. I am just giving you one example. So that is how it is interwoven with procedure. There is lack of coordination. Most of the time, most of the stakeholders don't know what to do. We will say one thing, they will say one thing, we will enter into a dispute and half the day goes like that. Right? So there is lack of coordination, lots of corruption which I don't have to explain, less convictions. Right? Less conviction is mainly because victims are not brought to court to testify. Or when by the time they come to court and testify, most of them have turned hostile. Most of them have even gone back to the trafficker. So those needs to be changed. And how we can change it? By proper rehabilitation. If the victim was rehabilitated properly, then those things won't arise. But what happens is we are not able to rehabilitate them properly. So they want their bread and butter. So they will go back to the same profession and even be with the trafficker. So that is why there is less conviction, hostile witnesses. Sometimes convictions also because of judge's attitude. Judge do not want to convict. basically she thinks that no, but this is prostitution, this is not commercial sexual exploitation. So they can acquit also. So a lot of other challenges like this. Then lack of resources. You know, there are some NGOs who are good at rescues, some NGOs who are good at rehabilitation, but they are not able to do both because there is no funding coming. So because of which they have to close down. Many NGOs who are working on human trafficking are closed down because suddenly the money must have come from foreign, contribution. Obviously, the government will look down because especially many of these traffickers are also part of, big powerful people. So the moment the government sees that, they might come down and close it. So that is also there. Lack of prioritization and also preconceived notions, which I already said. Sometimes they think a person with this caste should do this work. In bonded labor, when we did our rescues, most of the time the judges, because they were all coming from a higher caste, right? Because they are coming from a higher caste, they feel like these cases are fake. I don't think these are people from lower background. They want to put a case against a higher caste, and that is why. So those kind of preconceived notions are there. We can change all of this only through constant sensitization, constant follow-ups, constant accountabilities. So nowadays, what we do is we have judicial trainings where we request the judicial officers to see our expertise in this and give us an opportunity to train the judges, and we will show them the issues. We will have victims go there and speak, survivors speak about the issues they face, so that the judges have a different understanding. So that is something that we do. Then we also try to have police officers. Sometimes it's also because they are worked up a lot. We know all our government officials, they have 100, 200 work when they're supposed to do only 50 work, right? So then, also trying to get some kind of reforms for them, provide them with some basic amenities, things like that. Then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So these are some of the challenges. With that, I want to also bring in solutions, right? We shouldn't just stick with challenges. We should also see solutions. I have named it as service so that it is easy for us to understand. One is substantial investments we need. Whether it is, whether it is a government, we don't have enough budget in these cases, or whether it is NGOs taking, we need to get enough amount and or funding to actually do such cases. What we have seen is there is a lot of CSR funding coming, but the CSR funding goes only for education. For things like this, every company will also say, no, this is gender-based violence, sexual violence, we don't want to talk. So there is a lack of support even from corporates or even from people who can actually support this kind of work. Second is evidence building. We don't have any data to actually show, because we even as we are not as organized as our the opposite side, which is our criminals. They are very organized. We are not organized. We don't have data. So we need more of data backed up, recorded, evaluated. Only then we'll be able to see better funding, better change. Third one is we have to also understand this is a state responsibility. We can do only to an extent. The responsibility must come from the state. So if there are NGOs who are working or communities who are working on ensuring that the government officers do their job, policy changes are brought about, great, because we need that also. We cannot just work on the grassroots level. Third one is victim-centric approach. See, at the end of the day, if we have that loving heart and a heart to change, then only we can bring change, right? The moment if our heart is as stone, then it's not going to. Like how it's important that kind of sensitization is there. So victim-centric approach is very, very important. And interlinked coordination. Most of the time we see lack of coordination. Their NGOs don't coordinate with the government doesn't coordinate with the NGOs. Some NGOs know about certain lawyers, some NGOs don't know about the other lawyers. So that networking is very less. Because of which it is hard, because especially the victims are from two different states. Then consistent accountability, we are not having that. Actually, we should bring in some sort of consistent accountability on the on our police enforcement systems or state governments. Because if you see the developed state, when you call, the police immediately comes, call again. If something serious happens, they will wait. Maybe most of the time the seriousness is already over. Right? Everything is done. Then they will come. So that is what, because there is lack of accountability as well. So that accountability is very important. And then we have to evaluate whatever little work we are doing. Maybe we are doing this small work of, just bringing, victim children to your home. But evaluate, record it well. What better can you do based on your data, based on whatever you do? Only if we do all of this, then we can bring that change. Right? So that is why I always say that, I believe in, from top-down approach and bottoms-up approach. We as an individual, like how Bishop said, has to change. Right? And then only we can, bring a change to the relationships. Then only we can bring a change to communities. And then we can think of, society being changed. And it is not that only from our side the change has to happen. Society also, as a government, you have a bigger role. That has to also come from the society, which can also affect, making a change in us. So both are needed, and then only I think the change is going to be sustainable. Whatever little change that we are apprehending. So with that, I am concluding. Now what we will do is we will break into groups. Since it's a big group, shall I just call? I got from this row till I think the end of this row. Will be one group. Yes, this will be one group. Okay, you can have one representative. You can all sit together and decide how to, who do you want to nominate as a representative, right? And then we have another group here. Fine. Second group. So this is A, or you want to call yourself something else? A is that? Okay, A. This is B. Okay, that is the end. And I think from here, what's your name? Zarina. Okay, Zarina sister. And there. So this is a group. Just your name. Elsa. Okay, this is the second group, third group, C group. Yeah, and then there is one more group here. This will be D group. Okay, so you can all sit together, nominate one person. I will have some questions. I have planned some questions. See what can be the solution. If you want chart papers, I have chart papers. If you want sketch pens, I have. You can think, brainstorm, and then one of you can come here and present. Okay, done? Yes. Yes. Okay. Good. By the way, how much of time you need? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 2 questions you may have. 10 minutes? 15 minutes you don't have. 5 or 10? Because you all have to present, right? And you all or maybe we'll restrict it to one question because I think lack of time. Do you think you can do 2 questions? Yes. Okay. Then give me one. Maybe if we get time, I can do. Whichever team finishes, we can do one more. Okay. That will be better.
was very active in school. However, she has not examined the school for a long time because her grandmother finds this while she goes back and goes still being tolerated. The class teacher also found out that the child is taken by a head owner not getting this. What can the school help the child? How can the child be brought back to school? How do we treat them?
Anila, age 20 years of age, is found in a residence in Maharashtra. There, police admitted that she was being forced into commercial sexual exploitation. After rescue, the police and the magistrates figured out that she was trafficked from Karnataka and forced into exploitation. However, she is not able to stand in Maharashtra and was brought back. What can the Why can the magistrate can residents come under the
கேவலம் திருப்பி நகரா
Anita, age 20 years of age, is found in a residence in Maharashtra. That police determined that she was being forced into commercial sexual exploitation. After rescue, the police and the magistrate figured out that she is trafficked from Karnataka and forced into exploitation. However, she is not able to adjust to the protected home in Maharashtra and wants to go back to Karnataka. What can the protected home do? What can the magistrate do? Can a resident come under the definition of process?
Even sometimes police can threaten to go and see where the child is. So we can have a conversation.
கேமரா ஒன்னே டேபிள் கட் ஆகுது, டேபிள் ரொம்ப கட் ஆகுது.
Okay, I think I'm wrapping it up. We'll start with Team D. So Team D, please come here. D. Team D representative, please come in. Read your question and then we will, have it answered also. Okay, I think I'm wrapping it up. We'll start with Team D.
Radha, a 15-year-old, was very active in school. However, she has not been coming to school for the past 2 weeks. Her class teacher finds this odd and she goes back and reports it to the principal. The class teacher also found out that the child is taken by a brick owner to make bricks. What can the school do to help the child? How can the child be brought back to school? How do we bring accountability for the past 2 weeks? So for the first question you have written, what can the school do to help the child? Visit the family, study the case, refer to CWC and collaborate with CWC. How can the child be brought back to the school? The school should give awareness to the family. The school department can get help from NGOs. Financially, they could support the family to rescue the child. First question you have written, what can the school? And the third, how do we bring accountability? Documentation of the case, follow up, and rehabilitation.
Give a big round of applause. Very good. What can the school do to help the child? Can you read that answer again?
Documentation of the case, follow up, and rehabilitation.
Rehabilitation, yes, documentation of the case, and also, if possible, you can call the CWC, right? CWC or even call 1098 and say that the child is missing from school, so we have a doubt, so please look into it. Okay, now second question.
Documentation.
Answer, how can the child be brought back
How
to
can
school?
the child be brought back to the school?
Give a big round of applause.
The school should give awareness to the family. School department can get help from different NGOs like
Yes, exactly. Because we need to understand that child's decisions are not children's, it's the families also. Sometimes the families are very vulnerable. So what best be done, and also to connect with departments if there are schemes available, something that we can access. And third one is how do we bring accountability? And say that the child is documentation, and also in such cases you also follow up with the CWC to see if an FIR is being filed. Right, there should be some legal process. There should be data to show that such a person has the case against him, right? There is an order involved. So if we file an FIR, there is clear indication that there is a case pending. So if there is some verification later on or another case, the police will know that there is already an FIR filed against him. Right. So great job, Team D. Now we move with Team C. Something that we can access. And third one is how to bring accountability. Documentation, and also in such cases you also follow up with the CWC to see if an FIR is being filed. Right. There should be some year-old man was working for doctors. Such a person has the case against him, right?
Even that there is a treatment. So there is some verification later on. Another case, but he one of their yesterday from the industry. Right. So this job he brings in now you have this
Inquiry police gets to know of these issues and understands that, like him, there are at least 20 persons working in the factory. What should police do? First, do the inquiry, file the FIR, rescue the other victims, and refer them for rehabilitation.
Very good. I will go with one answer because I am forgetting. Yeah. So that was brilliant, excellent answer. Right. First, after doing inquiry, you will know that this person is trafficked. So immediately do a rescue and simultaneously file an FIR. Excellent. Okay. Now we will go to the next question. Who is designated for such rescue?
Special police officers, the NGOs, and all the stakeholders.
Good. Here, when you see the case, what kind of trafficking is it? Forced labor. So, yeah. Forced labor, it's bonded labor. So, what do you think? Who district administration is correct, but you don't need a special police officer. You can have normal inspector as well. The important is you should have district administration. So that excellent. The other NGO members are also important. So good job. Now, what type of trafficking is this? Now we go to the next question. Who is designated for such rescue? Yes, exactly. It's forced labor, coercion, okay, bonded labor. So good job. Big round of applause again. I think so for you to understand that. Okay, now let's go to B group. Yeah. Forced labor is bonded labor. So what do you think? District administration is correct, but you don't need a special police officer. Yeah. You can have normal inspector as well. The important is you should have district administration. So that the other NGO members are also important. Good job. Now, what type of trafficking is Yes, exactly. It's forced labor, coercion, get bonded labor. So, good job. Big round of applause again. I think so for you to understand that. Okay, now let's go to B group. Yeah. Forced labor is bonded
How the NGOs conducts the trafficking?
Read the question. Read the question again. I'll change. Can you read that question, sister? No, read the hypothetical case study first.
I know of a person who can get a better job and his village.
Read the question again.
It's in Bangalore. They also give an advance before the job. However, sadly, they went playing to work long hours.
I'll change. Can you read that question, sister?
Paid less salary. NGOs found his case and went and told the DA. The DA sent his Tahsildar, who on inquiry found out that the person is paying 1,000 rupees. And also, they said they are happy with the work and have no issues. The situation inside the factory seems grim and unhygienic. How do NGOs convince the Tahsildar? They also give an advance before the
NGOs give an intervention letter to the Tahsildar. Okay. How do you convince the Tahsildar? We put intervention. Okay, what will be the contents in the intervention letter?
So the spot they are sitting in the fact his
Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Rasi, I went on spot and I found that the person is paid, he said 1,000 rupees.
No issues. The situation
But it
inside
is
the
that
factory
it does
seems
for the labor, but it is really it is not the fact.
Yes.
Those mandates that you have to explain.
Oh.
What exactly happened exactly.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so what happens is most of the time they won't tell, like I already said, they will not tell it in the first instance. So we know that consent of the victim is immaterial. So you like that and say, see, if you see the facts, it's an unhygienic place, the place is looking very grim, that means, it looks horrible, our entire family will not be able to stay. Also see that the family is there, which means your wife, child and husband is there. So it looks, it looks like there is some kind of trafficking situation. So we tell the Tahsildar, so at least bring them out and talk to them, right? So then we can bring them out. So intervention letter is a good strategy, but in that we have to explain. I think that 1,000 rupees could also mean that the entire family is going to get 1,000. So can you please bring them and then talk to them? Maybe they are scared inside. Right? So that's how we can convince the Tahsildar. Okay, next question. What should the Tahsildar do first? For entire family, why that the family is there, which means your wife and child and husband is there. So it looks like there is some kind of trafficking situation. So we tell the Tahsildar, so
That is correct. Good round of work there. That is, you have to do a proper effort, right? Just going and seeing if you don't know. Do an proper inquiry. Take experts with you. If you think you can't do it, take experts with you and then ask them the question. Also possible to take them out of their factory. Maybe they will open up. Just tell them to come for one hour. Just tell the owner also. We just need to talk to them and then see. So that is it. So good job on that. Third, is it bonded labor? If so, why?
Yes, it's a modern labor. As we explained before, 1,000 is very fundamental. It's like that.
Exactly. So yes, it is bonded labor, like how you said, it's delayed. And also there is, if it is only 1,000 rupees for the entire family, it is way below minimum wages. And if you see, there is an advance. So for bonded labor, you need an advance and your fundamental freedoms has to be restricted. So if you see, they are paid less money, they are made to work long hours and they are not, So these two are good enough reasons. And according to law, only one point is needed. If you are getting less than minimum wage, that is a good point to say that you are bonded labor. It is for the owner to state that no, it's not bonded labor. That is the law, right? So here there are two factors and an advance involved. So there is obviously an element of bonded labor. So definitely there is bonded labor. Excellent. Now the last question: how do DA establish these issues? And if you see, there is an advance. So for bonded labor, you need an advance, and your fundamental freedoms has to be restricted. So if you see, they are paid less money, they are made to work long hours, and they are not, So these two are good enough reasons. And according to law, only one point is excellent. So basically, do a detailed inquiry and write. And once you are feeling that there is proper, inquiry done, provide release certificates. That is a good evidence. Provide release certificates for the victims, and that clearly shows that this is bonded labor. Give a good round of applause to people. Now the final question, final case study, A group.
Anita.
Anita, age 20 years of age, is found in a residence in Maharashtra. where police had intel that she was being forced into commercial sexual exploitation. After rescue, the police and the magistrate figured out that she is staffed from Karnataka and forced into exploitation. However, she is not able to adjust to the protective home in Maharashtra and wants to go back to Karnataka. What can the protective home do?
First question answer is, the first question answer, the protective home has to arrange a counselor to give counseling
Anika of Pondy, age 20 years old, is found in a residence in Maharashtra.
Good job. The protective home has to actually get a counselor. It's a brilliant strategy. I was thinking more of talking to her, but they are going to hire a counselor to actually break the ice. Amazing. That's really excellent. Okay. And then what can the magistrate do?
In Maharashtra,
Yeah, the magistrate can order for enquiry, ensure the girl's security.
Yes, exactly. So the magistrate can ask for a home inquiry and see if it's okay for the victim to go back to Karnataka. Great. Last question. Can a residence come under the definition of brothel?
This depends on the exploitation the girl has undergone.
Good job. Protective home has to actually get a counselor. Based on our facts, what is your conclusion? But they are going to hire a counselor to actually break the ice. Okay. And then the residents in Maharashtra.
possibilities are high, it can be a brothel because any place can be used as a place of exploitation.
Yes. Very good. Excellent. See, brothel's definition is not that it should be, it should be it should only be a red light area, it should only be a massage parlor. Brothel has no such definition. Any place that is used. That is why I kept saying now the locations have changed. So even a residence can be come under the definition of a brothel. So and because she is forced there, the fact is that she was forced into commercial exploitation there. So great job, big round of applause there, and for the entire participants. I'm so glad you understood the laws. It's so nice. One important thing is, what we can do. That is one question everybody has. See, whatever little that we can do. If at all it's about running a home, creating awareness, helping another child, even providing some kind of scheme availability for a child or the parents, all of this you are all bringing. That's why you are all wings of change and preventing human trafficking. So whatever little can do, please put your heart and do that, and I'm sure we'll be able to do the little that we can with human trafficking and bringing an end to this evil. With that, I would like to thank every participant. I would like to give a special thanks to Mrs. Please, Selin. She's taken all the efforts. Let's give a big round of applause to her. In spite of all her other work, she's ensured that so many participants are here would love to hear. I am personally touched and inspired, and I will do more and love to collaborate with all of you. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a good lunch and all the best for the next sessions also.
I think Sina will not be there after with us. So we would like to thank her especially for this whole day. This is half a day of hard work. I know this is 5 grand. Okay. I attended her session and I'm being inspired by her. That's the reason I took up the human trafficking as my work itself. Okay. It happened only last year and then I could do so much in this field because of her inspiration. She did not have enough time with us. Otherwise, she shares all her life stories and all the rescue stories that she did and she got in and intervened. That really inspired us so much. I was lucky enough to have a 1.5 day session with her. So it was long enough and we did not have that much time. Still, I should say that to see how that she did a really best work that whole She's interested with, she traveled early morning 2 o'clock to reach here at 9 o'clock. In a sense, she went out of her way. So yesterday she had a hearing and tomorrow again she starts her hearings in the high court. So she has to go immediately after that. So just thank her. Thank you so much ma'am for coming here for us. Please give her a round of applause and respect her. And all our notes are already put in the WhatsApp. And you can get our numbers if you want to put in the group. Any other doubts if you have, any other personally, if you are working in the field, you are getting any problems related issues you want to discuss, right? She's really a hearted person. She will embrace everybody, especially all the ladies. Okay? So she will help us. If you want anything to discuss with us, just read and discuss with her, okay? Later in your case. Okay, thank you so much ma'am for coming here with us. You have lunch with us after school. And then further announcements, last week. Just thank her.
Thank you, sister. So far, so good. As we approach midday, it's time for a very lunch break. We will break for lunch for 45 minutes. Lunch will be served in the dining hall. Please take this opportunity to network and enjoy your meal. We kindly ask you to return at least 1:25 p.m. so that we can resume our agenda as scheduled. Thank you and enjoy lunch.
Because she'll not be here for lunch with us. Some of our sisters requested wanted to meet and get our number. Can come forward.
At least 1:25 p.m. so that we can resume our agenda as scheduled. Thank you and enjoy lunch.
Because she'll not be here for lunch with us. Some of our sisters requested wanted to meet and get our number. Can come forward.
At least 1:25 p.m. so that we can resume our agenda as scheduled. Thank you and enjoy lunch.